That's gonna be better. Can you delete a zoom on that one? Transform, fill, scale filtering. No, we don't have that. Yeah, alright, I think it's fine. Probably fine. Should be okay. Alright. Alright. Let's just Google it, you know, like what is time to time, great. Time to edit first YouTube video. Is there like any, no, I don't know. I don't want to, I mean, I kind of do want to know how to edit it, but that's what we are doing here, right? Uh, Time consumption. What the hell? Nah. How long does it? I don't like the name of Glink AI. Oh, yeah, Reddit. That's the way to go. How long did it take you to learn editing Photoshop? How long does it take? Okay, 10 minutes on Windows Video Maker app. Oh, well. Wait, somebody like for real? Oh, whoa. A person like for real was asking if Windows Video Maker is like on an iPhone exclusive app. Yes, of course. I never get done learning. In all software there are multiple tools that you can always learn new ways to use. That's for me, I started editing at like 12 years old. That's amazing, but you're done. The movie maker, okay, that's cool and all. Embarrassingly, probably took the greater chunk of 2 days to edit. Bruh. Bruh. Oh, it took me maybe less than an hour. Bro, I'm editing for half a year or almost. I mean, okay, like if we will convert it to hours, it's probably like, I don't know, 20. Audio quality was much more important than visuals in my niche, essays and documentaries. Having that said, it roughly took a couple of weeks for the first video, 1 week for research plus writing, 1 day of audio production, 4 days of just getting clips and footage, 1 day of editing, and one more day for some. Okay, alright. 2 to 3 weeks. Okay, okay. Around 40 hours, it still came out garbage. That's nice. 50 test recording and probably tries before I found out how to get rid of the stupid directory background. So, well, okay. space for a 3-minute video. I mean, understandable. I'm an editor, was literally an animated PowerPoint. That's like, okay. All right. Actually, I think I remember like what we are here to do. Um, okay. So let's just let's jump right into it. All right. I think we have like, what if I told you that most of the modern computing and operating systems started from a game called space travel? This isn't just another tech origin story.
I don't like that part.
It's a tale of how curiosity,
Because it's like it
education,
screams
and a
freaking
simple
AI.
desire to have fun accidentally
But whatever.
created the invisible foundation that powers our digital world today.
Man, I really
Picture
need to
the
like
computing
start
landscape
myself
of the
more.
late 1960s.
Even though like
Companies were either investing in full-blown mainframes like the IBM 3 that filled entire rooms, or they were turning to the emerging world of mini computers.
yeah, so
like DEC PDP-11 and Honeywell 516. These
I
mini computers dominated corporate floors, complete systems with their racks, power supplies, disk drives, and peripherals.
I need to be
could
as
weigh up
cautious
to
as
200
possible of
kilograms.
AI.
So
It's like
not
it's
so
weird.
many.
It
They costed more per hour to
I kind
operate
of share
than most
the
people
general
earned
sentiment, and a
entire
lot of
day.
people are like,
Programming these days
even
was
me, like
done
I
mostly
see
in assembler, and each manufacturer
something
had their
obviously AI. I'm
own
like, okay,
instruction
that's crap, that's
sets,
bullshit.
their own quirks, their
But at the
proprietary
same time,
logic.
like that stuff
But
makes your
here's the
life
catch.
easier
Buying a computer from
if
a
you
different
are like
vendor meant
using
starting from
it
scratch.
the right
Often,
way.
even upgrading to a new
For
model from the
example,
same vendor
when
required
when I
rewriting
was
software.
writing
One
the
did
script,
not simply take a
yeah,
PDP
no, I'm making
program and
excuses, but
run it on
when I
IBM.
was writing the
Companies were
script,
bleeding money on software
I did
rewrites every
most of the
time they
script by hand.
upgraded or
I
switched
think
their systems.
we
Nobody
might
liked it,
rewatch like
and
first
especially
videos or
companies
something,
paying for it. But they
first
gritted
streams.
their teeth
But yeah,
and
like
bore the
I
costs.
did it like it
Computing
was
was
very
simply
very
too
guided and
powerful to
very
give up.
thoroughly
In
reviewed. Like I
1969,
spent a lot
deep
on the
within the
script.
Bell Labs Research Center of
But yeah, maybe I
AT&T
just like need
Corporation,
to
Ken Thompson was working on what seemed like a frivolous
work on
side project.
writing
He was porting a space travel,
faster.
a game that
I think
he had
doing
written to
anything
a
fast
newly acquired DEC PDP-7
is
machine with
kind
a
of
fancy vector
problematic for
display.
me.
Space travel wasn't your
Hello,
typical
ladies.
arcade
Uh,
game.
sorry,
Thompson
children.
had created a
Um,
sophisticated
oh
space
my god.
simulation where players
Yeah,
piloted a
maybe
spacecraft
with some
through the
exceptions. Okay,
solar system,
with some exceptions,
navigating gravitational fields to land on
unfortunately.
various planets and
All right.
moons. The game calculated realistic orbital mechanics, required fuel management,
All right.
and
Let's get into it.
bore the costs.
That's two.
Computing
That's
was
2 minutes.
simply too powerful to give up. In 1969, deep within the Bell Labs Research Center of AT&T Corporation, Ken Thompson was working on what seemed like a frivolous side project. He was porting a space travel, a game that he had written to a newly acquired DEC PDP-7 machine with a fancy vector display. I hope I'm not blasting you with wasn't your
That
in
one's
space simulation where through the solar system,
captures.
navigating gravitational fields to land on various planets and moons. The game calculated realistic orbital mechanics, required fuel management, and challenged players to pilot-efficient trajectories across the vast cosmic distances. It was part flight simulator, part physics lesson, and entirely captivating. Thomson had originally developed space travel on Bell Labs GE or General Electric 635
Although, like,
mainframe.
honestly,
While
we are talking 60s. Like, for 60s, that should have been captivating. Like, that's downright impressive for 60s. Like, that's pretty much 3D game.
working on MULTIX, which stands for Multiplexed Information and Computing System. Bell Labs' ambitious collaboration with MIT and General Electric to create the ultimate time-sharing operating system. The GE635 was a powerful machine, perfectly suited for Multic's grand vision of handling hundreds of users simultaneously, with revolutionary features like virtual memory and advanced security. But
it's passable,
after years of development, the project had become a cautionary tale of over-engineering. By April 1969,
but I really need to
Bell
work
Labs
on
had
my
enough of the spiraling complexity and mounting costs and pulled out of the project entirely. This left Thomson and his colleagues in computing exile, suddenly cut off from the interactive GE635 environment they'd grown to love by this point. After unsuccessful attempts to get Bell Labs to purchase a new computer,
I'm not sure that we need to
research,
rewatch all of
Thomson was able to find 7 that was already owned by Bell Labs. Although it wasn't the most powerful machine available, it had an excellent display terminal and was free to use, perfect for continuing his work without, in contrast, would work on any machine. Saying later, at this time, most operating systems were still written in assembler, but because of this, one had to develop a new operating system whenever one bought a new machine. A high-level Unix, in contrast, would work on any machine.
For that stuff, you really...
By 1973, they had completely rewritten Unix kernel in C, creating the first portable operating system to develop a new operating system whenever one bought a new machine. A high-level Unix, in contrast, would work on any machine. By 1973, they had completely rewritten Unix kernel in C, creating the first portable operating system in computer history. This was paradigm shifting. For the first time...
that's the...
in computer history. That was system in computer history. This was paradigm shifting. For the first time, an operating system...
Okay, we are cutting that out.
This was paradigm shifting. This was
okay, we are doing... what is it? This? Yes, this. It's Control, Shift, and... well, basically it's like Control and bracket. So, this right bracket.
This was paradigm in computer history. This was paradigm shifting. For the first time, an operating system could run on any machine. It became the bridge between hardware and the software, freeing programmers from the tyranny of specific architectures. Write once, compile to run.
Okay, here the pose.
Write once.
Huh? Oh. Nope.
Write once, compile to specific architectures. Write once, compile to run anywhere. Decades before Java had write once, run everywhere as their slogan. But Unix wasn't just a code. It was a
Do I really
as
want
their slogan.
Do I really want to leave
as
this
their
part?
slogan. Software. Freeing programmers from the tyranny of specific architectures. Write once.
I'll just put a mark in here. By the way, right? Marker 2. Okay. Okay, I can remove the marker. Okay. Do we wanna keep that one? What is it? Red. Done.
Write once, compile to run anywhere. Decades before Java. But Unix wasn't just a code. It was a philosophy. Duke McIlroy, one of the original developers, distilled it perfectly. Write programs that do one thing and do it well. Duke McIlroy, one of the original developers, Duke McIlroy, one of the original developers, distilled it perfectly.
Okay, that one is good.
Duke McIlroy, Duke McIlroy, it was a philosophy. Duke McIlroy, it was a philosophy.
Okay, we are cutting it here.
But Unix wasn't just a code. But Unix wasn't just a code. But Unix wasn't just a. But Unix.
Like this, okay.
Everywhere as their slogan. But Unix wasn't just a code. Their slogan. But Unix wasn't.
Should they like cut right on the.
But Unix wasn't just a slogan. But Unix wasn't just a code. It was a philosophy. Slogan.
Like it feels like a.
But Unix.
It feels like I'm like doing like. But Unix. Like starting fast and then slowing down.
But Unix wasn't just a code. It was a philosophy. Duke McIlroy, one of the original developers, distilled it perfectly. One of the Duke McIlroy philosophy. Duke McIlroy, one of the original, distilled it perfectly. Write programs that Duke McIlroy, one of the original developers, write programs that write original developers. Duke McIlroy, one of the developers.
I was not like.
But Unix wasn't just a code. It was a philosophy. Duke McIlroy, one of the original.
But Unix wasn't just a code, it was a philosophy. Doug McIlroy,
Oh, that's actually a good code.
one of the original developers, distilled it perfectly. Perfectly. Perfectly.
Weird time motions, but okay.
It perfectly. Built it perfectly.
Damn. So choosing this one.
Write programs that do one thing perfectly. Write programs that do it perfectly. Write, write,
Damn.
write program.
Damn.
Write programs that tilt it perfectly. Write programs that do one thing and do it well. Write programs to work together. Write programs to handle text streams, because that is a universal interface. Write program. Write
That's kind of
programs
fun though.
that
Like,
do one
not
thing
gonna lie.
and do it well. Write programs to work together. Write programs to handle text streams, because that is a universal interface. That wasn't this wasn't marketing speak. This is perfectly. Write programs that do one thing and do it well.
Oh, this
Perfectly.
card actually is not that good.
Write program perfectly. Write programs
Oh, yeah,
that do
it's still
one
not
thing
bad.
and do it well. Write programs to work together. Write programs to handle text streams, because that is a universal interface. That wasn't this wasn't marketing speak. The system was actually built this way. Small tools, each with a clear purpose. Small tools, each with
Okay.
that wasn't marketing speak. The system was actually built this way. Small that wasn't marketing speak.
Not sure that marketing speak is like even like fit in here. That's definitely an AI part. Cause like the hell are we talking about marketing speak? Like they were like scientists, bro.
That was that was that wasn't this wasn't marketing speak. The system was actually built this way. No
Okay, so
text streams, because that is a universal interface. That wasn't this wasn't marketing speak. The system
yeah, I will just
universal interface. The system was actually built this way.
that's better.
Small tools, each with a clear purpose. 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 Purpose.
Nope.
Small tools, each with a clear purpose, all designed to work together seamlessly. That Unix philosophy is
Okay.
purpose.
Boop.
like move a focus to the next section of the clip without using the mouse. Let's open our perplexity. Into resolve. Well, cutting video tracks. You need to select part of the wait, it's called clip. You need to select a clip which is being cut. However, after cutting, the clip on the left is being selected. Is there a way to, is there a shortcut to move focus to the clip to the right of a currently selected? We will see. Okay, left clip is selected. Yes, to move, select. There is a shortcut. Use down arrow key to jump to the next clip. Really? Bro, it's not working. I mean, it kind of does, but it doesn't what I need to do. It doesn't do what I need to do. So I actually need to use that more often. It's like if you're just holding your key left or right, it's just does it frame by frame, basically like slow motion. It's not doing selection, it's just doing jumps. To move to the next clip on the timeline. Okay, Shift V to select the next clip. Selection follows playhead for automatic selection. Shift with playhead movement. Honestly, I mean, let's, yeah, Shift V is like, what the hell was that? What the hell was that? Oh shit, what did I do? The system was actually built this way. So Shift V, 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 V. Okay. What if we do these? Or like, what V does? I don't understand. Okay. The system was actually, so we have this one. We do Shift V, and it does it once. We build it this way. Small tools, each with a clear purpose. Okay, so Shift V will basically, it's, oh, okay. Enable this. Shift V is basically put selection towards the current, towards the playhead. It's not select the next one, but it is what I need. However, timeline, selection follows, timeline, selection follows, where is it? Auto track selector. Track distance, what the hell is this? Select clips. Forward on track. Why? What is that? I hope I didn't do anything irreversible. That's what always makes me scared. Timeline. What the hell is auto transition? Oh, okay. Video selection follows playhead.
Together. Write programs to handle text stream.
Okay, we have enough information for now. Let's just like practice on acquiring the muscle memory
Because that is a universal interface. The system was actually built this way. Small tools, each with a clear purpose. Small tools, each with a clear purpose. It is designed to work together. That Unix philosophy is why the system's
Oh,
okay.
I kind of forgot that it seems like it uses the J.
Actually built this way.
It seems like it uses JKLI as like arrows and not HJKL. Who would have thought it, right? I thought AJKL is such an obvious choice, right? HJKL is like it's arrows and beam.
Doing this the first.
Oh no, sorry. Damn. Here's why Veeam uses HJKL as arrow keys. Oh yeah, that's true. So yeah, basically HJKL. Bill Joy created the text editor he used in a DM3A terminal, which had the arrows HJKL on HJKL keys. The thing is, this is so much better than just your regular HJKL keys. Special keycaps for your favorite HJKLs. I mean, that's a bit weird, but okay. Okay, let's get back to it.
Small tools, each with a clear purpose. Small tools, each with a clear purpose. Build this way. Small tools, each with a clear purpose. Small tools, each with a clear purpose, all designed to work together seamlessly. That is designed to work together, each with a clear purpose, all designed to work together seamlessly. That Unix philosophy.
Can I like? Okay, whatever. Can I actually like jump to like
work
Mars?
together seamlessly.
Whatever. Don't really need it at this point.
Purpose. Small tools. Purpose. Small tools.
What?
Small tools. Universal interface. The system was actually built this way. Small tools, each with a clear purpose. Small tools. Small tools. Small steps this way.
Oh yeah.
This way.
This.
explicitly built this way. Small tools, each built this way. Small tools, each with a clear purpose, all designed to work together seamlessly. That Unix philosophy is why the system spread like a wildfire and why its DNA is still everywhere today. Let me show you who
Oh,
as
okay.
it's
I know
designed
what's
to
happening
work
here.
together seamlessly. That Unix philosophy is why the system spread like a wildfire and why its DNA is still everywhere today. Let me show you what this looks like in practice. Instead of one massive program that runs everything,
Not sure about this
instead of
segment.
one massive program that does everything, you might have ls for list files, grep for text. ls is a program that lists files. Grep is a program that searches text. ls list files. Grep is a program that instead of one massive program that runs everything, instead of one massive now let me show you what this looks like in practice. Instead of one massive program that runs everything, instead of one massive program that does everything, you might have instead of one massive now
Actually, it would be nice to be able to like get make like a bookmark and jump to it quickly. That would be
instead
nice.
of one,
Actually, like, is there uh, is there any DaVinci Resolve keyboard shortcuts, resets, or plugins which would add Vim key bindings? That would be interesting. There is no widely known dedicated Vim key bindings plugin specifically. Okay. Oh yeah, that's true. Like there's very little very little sense of it if you don't have modes, I guess, probably. Custom mappings. Okay, custom mappings that hey, what? Whatever.
one massive program that
Can I add a bookmark and have a short shortcut to quick jump to it quickly? You exhausted your 3 Pro searches today. Who cares? I didn't ask for them.
Add marker, jump to next marker, shift plus down arrow, jump to previous marker, shift plus up arrow. Nice, that's actually nice. Oh, that's actually also convenient.
McIlroy, one kill just that Unix philosophy is simplified. Let me show you what this looks like in practice. Instead of one massive program that works and now for the instead of one massive program that runs everything, in practice. Instead of one massive program that does everything, you might have
why it doesn't add marker? Oh, it actually did one. That's weird. Okay. So nice. And it does. Okay, markers are actually very handy.
ls for list files, grep for text, ls select, ls select, ls is a program that lists files. Grep is a program that searches text. ls list files. Grep is a program that searches text. And sort arranges data. And head shows the first few lines. But the magic happens when you combine them.
No, actually Control I like Control M for marker better or not. What? Okay, I kind of understand, but okay. But I feel like cot should be here, but whatever.
When you pipe ls into grep, into sort, into head, 5 simple tools working together five simple tools working together.
Let's this nice.
When you pipe out, when you pipe out, when you pipe, when you when you pipe out, when you pipe, when
I'm not sure about like air quotes in here, but okay.
when you pipe ls into grep, into sort, into head,
5 simple tools working together. Five simple tools had 5 simple had 5 simple tools working together to find your 5 most recently named
What the hell was that?
working together to find your 5 to find your 5
To find your Russian accent.
most recently named text files.
Text files? Why text files? Oh, okay. Oh, right. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Because, like, you would do something like that. Let's open our kitty. Because you would do something like. Really? I hope there are no, like, compromission. I'll grab. Why it didn't work? Wait. Should be capital? Okay, nice. And like, what the hell most recently named even means? Like, am I? Because like most recently named is an absolute bullshit. Like, most recently created should be the. Huh? Oh, okay. Mm, like, technically. Oh, it already does sorting, right?
will need to either skip this section or re-record it. Okay, suggest me 5 different examples which illustrate Unix ideology of program program does one thing. So that it can be shown and understood by non-tech people. I don't think non-tech people will be watching that videos, but still. List files and find a word. Nope. Cat diary. Grab vacation. Show first few lines of filtered content. No. That's kind of what I wanted to do, but that's actually not bad. List files with details, filter, and paginate. Not 100% sure, but hey. Man, I want to sleep. This is so bad. Tomorrow is Friday. My head is cooked. Even though I didn't do anything this week. I'm such a freaking... Okay. Ooh. Least files with detail. Okay. All right. Let's just kind of... Okay. Documents. Okay. Unix. Ha, interesting. So Unix mentioned 36 times in script. Linux mentioned 39. We need 3 times dimensional units.
Excuse me, excuse me.
Okay, but so basically, all right. So that would what the hell was that? Documents count links loadout Z. Okay, so like so as an exemplar, we can show that cat shows the contents of a file. And grep searches. I'm sorry, I need a monster. I need a monster. A monster. Oh my goodness. Oh, God save us all. You know, when I look, this guitar looks so sexy. Probably a lot of people will tell me that, like, God damn, just buy yourself a normal Strat. But no. I don't know, what's it, like, flamed? Flamed, I think it's called flamed. Sorry. Yeah, for real, for real. I'll be back in a sec. I will still like be on the on my mic. But dude, what the hell? Why I want to sleep so bad? Like uh, I don't know, man. Oh, life is hard. Life is hard. The earth is flat because I'm fat. Cheers. I don't know. Let's just forget about it. Like whatever. Let's just do executive decision, okay? That into sword, into head. 5 simple tools work combined. When you pipe, ls, and head shows the first few lines. But the magic happens when you combine. When you pipe everything, you might have ls list files. Grep is a program that searches text, and sort arranges data.
And it sounds as I'm saying sword and not sword.
ls
Although sort is in sorting and sort is in sword. I don't
list
know.
file.
Do they really like distinguish between that or use it in the context?
Grep is a program that searches text, and sort arranges data. And head shows the first few lines. And the magic happens when you combine them. When you pipe ls into grep, into sort, into head. 5 simple tools working together to find your five most recently named text files.
Do I really have that shit in there? Oh, I actually need to like. Yeah, that's freaking clunkers, man. Freaking clunkers. Like, I didn't even read through that, or maybe I was so brain dead at this point. Because like that's absolute nonsense. You might have ls list files, grep searches text, sort arranges data. Although maybe I just like maybe that was my idea. Maybe yeah, I was brain dead, but still like 5 simple tools working together to find your 5 most recently named text files. Mm,
I don't like it.
like that's a bad example. That's a very bad example. That's a very bad example. Make good example. Okay. I do actually. Yeah, it already does it in alphabetical order, right? All right. But that is a story for the next time. Okay, that's actually. Oh wait a second. Yeah, that's actually like almost the end of the video. Am I having doubts here? Like, is this a bullshit?
Unix was Unix was publicly released. Working together to find your 5 sort into head. 5 simple tools working together to find your 5 most recent. Grep is a program that's have ls list file. Instead of one massive program today. Let me show you what this looks like in practice. DNA is still everywhere today.
Man, that's so sad. I spent time to cut that shit, and now I'm just gonna delete it. But yeah, like it doesn't make any sense.
Like a wildfire, and why its DNA is still everywhere today.
I mean, honestly, we can do like one take here. Like we can just one take, roll dog. But what we are gonna do instead, right now, what we are gonna do. For example, here. It's gonna be pink. Done. Okay. Hmm?
Unix was Unix was publicly released. Unix was publicly released, though it was more like being licensed to universities and companies. Unix,
Wait. I didn't say starting from 1974.
Unix does everything. You might have ls searches text and sort. Five simple tools working together. Publicly released. Unix was released, though it was more like being licensed to universities and companies. University of California, Berkeley, PSD, Microsoft, Xenix, Sun Microsystems with their SunOS and Solaris, HP with HPUX, and IBM with AIX. Unix variants started popping up like mushrooms after the rain.
I hope I did. I hope I did another take, but no, I didn't. I didn't. Of course, I friggin' didn't, right?
Starting from 1974,
Thank
Unix
God.
was publicly released. Starting from 1974, Unix started to publicly release, though it was more like being licensed to universities and companies. It was distributed as a documentation with a source code, and it was released as a documentation.
Okay. So did I decide to
So I will put that one into titles. Mhm. Wait, that was a good one. As a source code and basically an instruction to implement Unix yourself as a basically instruction on how to implement it yourself and specific code to compile which would work without changes. Basically an instructions on how to write Unix for your system. That includes the C compiler that you would need to write under your architecture and a bunch of C source code that could work with or without changes. So it started being licensed to companies. It started being licensed to companies and universities, each of which spawned its own each spawning its own version of Unix by implementing their own modifications. University of California, Berkeley, University of California, Berkeley, born BSD, Microsoft, Xenix, born is it even a word? Okay, born is not a correct term in standard English. Bear. Yeah, Bear and Sun Microsystems, Berkeley, University of California, Berkeley, born University of California, Berkeley, born BSD, University of California, Berkeley, University of California. I could just cut it, right? Like, come on. But man, here I did something fairly unusual. Well, not that everything I did in this video was usual for me, but starting from 1974, Unix was publicly released. Its DNA is still everywhere today. Starting from 1974, Unix was publicly released. 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 Starting from 1974, Unix started to publicly release, though
it was more like being licensed to universities and companies. Uh, it was distributed. It was distributed as a documentation. Starting from 1974, Unix started to publicly release, though it was more like being licensed to universities and companies. Companies, 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 companies.
Oh no.
Uh, it was distributed as a documentation with a source code, and it was released as a documentation as a source code and basically an instruction to implement Unix yourself, as a basic instruction on how to implement it yourself and specific code to compile, which would work without changes. Basically instructions on how to write Unix for your system to implement. It was distributed as a documentation with a source code and it was released as a documentation as a source code and basically an instruction to implement Unix yourself, as a basically instruction on how to implement it your source code annotation with a source code. It was distributed as a documentation with a source code.
I did something terrible right now. That's not what I wanted to do. What the hell?
As a basically instruction on as a documentation with a source code, as a basically instruction on how to implement it yourself and specific code distributed and companies. Universities and companies. It was distributed. It was distributed and companies. It was distributed companies. It was distributed as a documentation with a source code, as a basically instruction on how to implement it yourself, basically instruction, as a basically instruction on how to implement it yourself, as a documentation with a source code, as a basically instruction on how to implement it yourself and specific code to compile, which would work without changes.
Mm-hmm.
Basically an instructions on how to with a source code, basically an instructions on how to write Unix as a documentation with a source, basically an instructions on how to write Unix for your system. That includes the C compiler that you would need to write under your architecture, and a bunch of C source code that could work with or without changes. So
what?
it started being licensed to companies. So
What the hell was that?
basically an instruction on how to use it as a documentation. Basically an instructions on how to under your architecture and a bunch of C source code. And a bunch of C source C's a bunch of C source code that could work with or without changes. So was
The hell was that?
so it started being licensed to companies and universities, each of which spawned its own.
Why did I do I kind of I don't remember why I went so much sideways from the script. I remember because like I didn't like publicly released part, but oh,
Bunch of C source code that could work with or without changes. It started being licensed to companies and universities, each of which spawned its own. Each spawning its own version of Unix by implementing their own modifications with or without changes. It started being licensed on how to write. It was distributed as a documentation, though it was more like being licensed to universities. Starting from 1974, Unix started to publicly release, though it was more like being licensed to universities and companies. Starting from 1974, Unix started to. It was distributed as a documentation, basically an instructions on.
man, that's some Lego.
Its own California, Berkeley, each of us. It started being licensed to companies and universities, each of which spawned its own. Work with or without changes. It started being licensed to companies and universities without changes. It started without changes. It started without changes. It started being licensed to companies and universities, each of which spawned its own.
God damn it! This
this triggers
each
me.
spawning its own version of Unix by implementing their own modification and computing. Not simply take a PDP program and run it on IBM. Companies were bleeding money on software rewrites every time the source code was proprietary, locked away behind legal agreements. The source code was proprietary, license cost thousands of dollars. The source code was proprietary. BSD eventually birthed. So if you are
Man, that part is hard.
systems, SunOS, or born BSD, Microsoft, Xenix.
I need to like watch that shit once and for all, because like
And a bunch of C source code that could work with or without changes. It started being licensed to companies and universities, each of which spawned its own each spawning its own version of Unix by implementing
like,
their
where am
own
I looking in the
modifications.
okay.
University of California, Berkeley. University of California, Berkeley, born BSD, Microsoft, Xenix, and Sun Microsystems. University of California, born Mangrove, University of California, born BSD. Microsoft, Easy, Mangrove, University of California, born BSD. Microsoft created Xenix, Sun Microsystems, SunOS, or Solaris. SunOS, or Solaris, HP, HPUX, and IBM AIX.
Okay.
Unix variants started popping up like mushrooms after the rain. Unix variants started popping up like snare variants started popping up like mushrooms after the rain. BSD eventually birthed macOS. So if you are BSD eventually birthed macOS.
What is wrong with you, birthed? God damn it.
Oh wait, it is a misspelling. Freaking Clancos? Maybe that was me. Birthed. War. No. BSD eventually bear.
Damn it.
Birth.
Okay, top lookups, fascism. Okay. Psychopath? Who's that? Okay. But regardless, birthed to give rise or to give birth to. I mean, it's in Webster, so like, come on. Do you have like any other dictionary? OED as a transitive verb meaning to give birth to give rise to. Birth. Okay. To cause the development or the creation. Okay. So birth is okay. All right. Clankus maybe were right. Okay. So if your PSD eventually birthed macOS, okay, we are doing mark here, eventually birthed macOS. BSD eventually birthed macOS. So if you're watching this on an iPhone or a Mac or an iPad right now, you're experiencing the legacy of Berkeley's Unix work. Within just a few years, Unix operating system became the industry standard. Berkeley's Unix work. The weirdest stuff is like here the pause is like non-existent when it's supposed to be there. Like of Berkeley's Unix work. Within just of Berkeley's Unix work. Of Berkeley's Unix work. Within just a few years. Okay. HP, HPUX, and owned its own need to write under your architecture and a bunch of C source code that could work with or without changes. It started being licensed to companies and universities, each of which spawned its own each spawning its own version of Unix by implementing their own modifications. University of okay. It started being licensed to companies and universities, each of which spawned each of which spawned each each
universities, each spawning its and universities, each spawning its own version of Unix by implementing their own modifications. University of California, Berkeley. University of California, Berkeley, born BSD, Microsoft, HP, HPUX, and IBM AIX. BSD eventually birthed macOS. University.
Yeah, man, like I really need to stop using Chronicles because like they have this weird pattern which I mean like human tend to do like I tend to do that as well, like not gonna lie. Because like when you are using one word, because like it started using the word birth and then it started repeating it. And it's like it's not cool.
University of California, Berkeley, born BSD, Microsoft, Xenix, and Sun Microsystems. University of California, born BSD. What are the war variations of the word birth, which mean to given birth to or created something? Abroad for okay, but mm, born BSD. University of California, born BSD. Of California, first University first their own modifications. University of California, their own modifications. Their own modifications. Their own modifications. University of California, born BSD. Microsoft created Xenix, Sun, their own modifications. University of California, their own modifications. University of California, born BSD. Microsoft created BSD eventually birthed macOS. B, B, BSD eventually birthed. That Unix philosophy is why the system spread seamlessly. That Unix philosophy is why the system spread like a wildfire and why its DNA is still everywhere today. Starting from 1974, Unix started to publicly release, though it was more like being licensed to universities and companies. It was distributed as a documentation, publicly released, though it was distributed, it was more like being, though it was distributed, though it was though it was distributed as a documentation. It was distributed as a documentation. So it was more like being licensed to universities and companies. It was distributed as a documentation, basically an instructions on.
I didn't think I would like
University of California born BSD, Microsoft created certifications. University of California born birthed, born, bear. No, I mean bear. The common past participle used in samples to have to given born. Oh, okay. Wait.
Whatever, nobody will
PSD.
find it.
University of California born BSD, Microsoft created Xenix, Sun Microsystems, Sun OS or Solaris, HP or Solaris, HP or Solaris, HP, HPUX, and IBM AIX. Unix variants started or Solaris, Unix variants started popping up like mushrooms after the rain. Unix variants started popping up like mushrooms after the rain. Unix variants started popping up like mushrooms after the rain. BSD eventually birthed macOS. So after the rain. BSD eventually birthed macOS. So if you are BSD eventually birthed the rain. BSD eventually birthed macOS. So if you're watching this on an iPhone or a Mac or an iPad right now, you're experiencing the legacy of Berkeley's Unix work. Within just a few years, Unix operating system became the industry standard. BSD eventually, as a side note, BSD eventually birthed macOS. So if you are watching this on an iPhone or a Mac right now, you are experiencing BSD eventually birthed macOS. So if you're So if you are watching this on an iPhone or a Mac, you're so if you are watching this on an iPhone or a Mac, you're experiencing the legacy of Berkeley's Unix work.
Okay, that was not too bad.
After that, within just a few years, Unix operating systems became the industry standard.
Why I like the first take better?
Within just a few years, Unix operating system became the industry standard. Of Berkeley's Unix work. Mushrooms after the rain. BSD eventually birthed. BSD eventually standard. Within just a few years, as a side note, BSD eventually birthed macOS. So if you are watching this on an iPhone or a Mac, so if you are watching this on an iPhone or a Mac or an iPad right now, you're experiencing the legacy of Berkeley's Unix work.
Okay.
Within just a few years, Unix operating system became the industry standard.
Not just right?
BSD eventually, as a side note, BSD eventually birthed macOS. So if you are watching this on an BSD eventually birthed macOS. So if you are watching this on an iPhone or a Mac, so if you are watching this on an iPhone or a Mac, you're experiencing the legacy of Berkeley's Unix work. If you are watching this on an iPhone or a Mac right now, you are experiencing Mac or an iPad right now, you're experiencing the legacy of Berkeley's Unix work. Within just a few years, Unix operating system became the industry standard. BSD eventually, as a side note, as a side note, BSD eventually birthed macOS. So if you are watching this, as a side note,
okay, so this as a side note kind of goes here, right?
BSD eventually.
We're taking this here. Right here.
After the rain. As a side note, BSD eventually birthed rain. As a side note, BSD eventually birthed macOS. If you
What the hell is that?
as a side note, like mushrooms after the rain. As a side note, like mushrooms after the rain. As a side note, why it's not? Okay. It's not like magnetic.
As a side note, mushrooms after the rain. As a side note, popping up like mushrooms after the rain. As a side note, as a side note, after the rain. As a side note, as a side note, BSD eventually birthed macOS. So if you're watching this on an iPhone or if you're watching this on an iPhone or a few years, Unix operating they eventually birthed macOS. So if you are they eventually birthed macOS. macOS. So if you're watching this on an iPhone or a Mac or an iPad right now, this on an iPhone or a Mac right now, you're experiencing BSD eventually birthed macOS. BSD eventually birthed macOS. So if you're watching this on an iPhone or a Mac, so if you are watching this on an iPhone or a Mac, you're experiencing the legacy of Berkeley's Unix work. So if you are watching this on an iPhone or a Mac, you're experiencing Berkeley's Unix work. This on an iPhone or macOS. 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 So if you are watching this on an iPhone or a Mac, you're experiencing the legacy of Berkeley's Unix work.
Okay.
Within just a few years, Unix operating system became the industry standard.
Mm.
Variants started popping up like mushrooms after the rain. Birthed macOS.
Okay, let's switch those two. It's kind of weird that you can shuffle stuff around. I mean, I get that it's like
within just a few years, Unix operating system became the industry standard. As a side note, BSD within just after the rain. Within just a few years, Unix operating system. Within just a few years, Unix. Within just the rain. Within just a few years, Unix operating system became the industry standard. As a side note, BSD the industry standard. The industry standard. What did I do? What did I do? Huh?
It's work.
Oh, okay, it was here.
Standard. Standard.
I think here. Like,
Standard. As a side note, BSD eventually birthed macOS. So if you are watching this on an iPhone or a Mac, you are experiencing the legacy of Berkeley's Unix work.
okay.
After that, within just a few years, Unix operating systems became the industry standard.
Nope.
By the mid 1970s, Unix had proven itself. It was elegant,
Okay.
but Berkeley's Unix work. By the mid 1970s, Unix had proven itself. It was elegant, portable, and powerful. Universities loved it because students could actually understand how it works. Companies adopted
Not like Windows.
it because it freed them from vendor lock-ins. The operating works. Companies adopted it because it freed them from vendor lock-ins. Universities loved it, proven itself. It was elegant, portable, and powerful. Universities loved it because students could actually understand how it works. Companies adopted it because it freed them from vendor lock-ins. The operating systems that started as a game, the operating system that it freed them from vendor lock-ins. It freed them from vendor lock-ins. The operating systems that systems but the systems but
What the hell did I just do?
by the mid 1970s actually understand how it works. Companies adopted it because it freed them from vendor lock-ins. The operating systems that started as a game, the operating system that systems but from vendor lock-ins. The the operating system that systems but the operator but lock-ins. The operating system that started Ross and the systems but the operating system that started as a game port had become the gold standard.
Okay, that one is not bad.
The system that started as a game port had become the game port had become the gold standard. But there was a catch, a big one. But there was a catch, and a big one. Unix was still so skinny. But there was a catch, and a big one. the gold standard, but there was a catch. Game board had become the gold standard, but there was a catch, and a big one. Unix was still owned by AT&T, but there was a catch, and a big one. Unix was still owned by AT&T. Every license every license
Oh, wrong button.
every every license cost AT&T. Every license cost thousands of dollars. The source code was proprietary, locked away behind legal agreements. The source code was proprietary. The source code was proprietary, locked away behind legal agreements. The source code
I'm interested, like, do professional editors learn to, like, perceive speech when played backwards? Because that would be a very convenient. Like, you just do shit like that.
Was still owned by AT&T. Every license cost thousands of dollars. The source code was proprietary, locked behind the license agreements. The source code was proprietary, locked behind legal agreements. The source code was proprietary, locked behind the license agreements.
Well, not legal agreements, goddamn.
The source code was proprietary, locked behind legal agreements. Locked behind the license agreements. Locked behind legal agreements.
Hmm?
The source code was proprietary, locked behind the license agreements. The source code was proprietary, locked behind legal agreements.
Hmm?
The source code was proprietary, locked behind the license agreements. The source code was proprietary, locked behind legal agreements.
Huh?
The source code was the source code the source code was proprietary of dollars. The source code was proprietary, locked behind legal agreements. Locked behind legal agreements. Locked behind legal agreements. Locked behind legal agreements. Lots. You could run
Whoa.
Unix locked away behind legal agreements.
Oh, okay.
Behind legal proprietary. Legal agreements. It was proprietary, locked away behind legal agreements. You could run Unix, but you couldn't truly own it, modify it freely, or share the improvements of your own. Modify it freely or share.
Well, I think we will like probably push 15
locked
minutes.
Away
Right?
behind legal agreements. You could run Unix, but you couldn't truly own it. Modify it freely or share the improvements of your own. Modify it freely or share. But you couldn't truly own it. Modify it absolutely freely or share your improvements with others. But you couldn't. This created a paradox. But you couldn't truly own it. Modify it freely. Modify it freely or truly own it. Modify it absolutely. But you couldn't truly own it. You couldn't truly own it. But you couldn't truly own it. But you couldn't truly own it. Modify it absolutely. You couldn't truly own it. Modify it absolutely. You couldn't truly own it. Modify it. You couldn't truly own it. Modify it absolutely freely. You couldn't truly own it. Modify it absolutely freely or share your improvements with others. This created a paradox. This created This created a paradox. Your improvements with others. This created a paradox.
Man, I need to learn to like cut that stuff without mouse.
This created a paradox.
Was it like this? Yes.
This created a paradox. The most educational opera. Your improvements with others. This created a paradox. The most educational operating system in computer history was becoming increasingly inaccessible to the people who needed to learn from it most, students and researchers around the world. This created a paradox. The most educational operating system in computer history was becoming increasingly inaccessible to the people who needed to learn from it most, students and researchers around the world.
Okay.
In computer science, this created share your improvements with others. This created a paradox. The most educational operating system in computer history was becoming increasingly inaccessible to the people who needed to learn from it most, students, and researchers around the world.
I'm not gonna be recutting that stuff. I swear to God, that's too much.
In computer science departments, professors were teaching operators around the world. In computer science departments, professors were teaching operating systems using Unix examples, but students, on the other hand, couldn't actually peek under the hood to see how it really worked. They were learning about file systems, process management, and memory allocation through textbooks and theoretical exercises, not a hands-on experimentation. And even if they were experimentation. Researchers around the world. In computer science, researchers around the world. In computer researchers around the world. In computer researchers around the world. In computer science department. In computer and researchers around the world. In computer science departments, professors were teaching operating systems using Unix examples, but students, on the other hand, couldn't actually peek under the hood to see how it really worked. They were learning about file systems, process management, and memory allocation through textbooks and theoretical exercises, not a hands-on experimentation.
Okay, not bad, not bad, not bad so far.
It seems like you have more on your mind. How can I assist you further?
Bro, I said not bad. I didn't talk to you.
Got it. If you need anything, just let me know.
Okay, thank you.
And even if not,
Ah,
and even if they were, and even if they were, and even if they were, it was one computer for the whole bunch of students in a lab. Not everyone could take a turn. By 1987, and even if they were, and even if they were, it not a hands-on experimentation. And even if they were, it was experimentation. And even if they were, it was one computer for the whole bunch of students in a lab. It was so it was one computer now. So it was one computer now. So it was one computer for the whole bunch of now. One computer now. So it was one computer now. So it was one computer now. So it was one computer for the whole bunch of students in a lab. Not everyone could take a turn. By 1987, this education for the whole bunch of students in a lab. Not everyone could take a turn. students in a lab. Not everyone could take a turn. By 1987, this educational crisis has reached a breaking point. One professor in Amsterdam was about to do something pretty radical about it. By 1987,
Man, having push notifications at 3 in the morning scares me. Yeah, sorry, one sec. Yeah, I was stupid enough and I scheduled a reminder for myself at like freaking
about to do
3:30 a.m.,
something
bro.
pretty radical about it. By 1987, this educational crisis had reached a breaking point. One professor in Amsterdam was about to do something radical about it. That professor's name was Andrew Tannenbaum. By 19, by 1987, this educational crisis has reached a breaking point. One professor in Amsterdam was about to do something pretty radical about it. By 1987, this educational crisis had reached a breaking point. One professor in Amsterdam was about to do something radical about it.
But what's up with that one? Like, yeah, whatever. Ah, man, I don't know, like first or second take.
About it. That professor's name was. By 1987, this educational crisis had reached a breaking point. One professor in Amsterdam was about to do something radical about it. This educational crisis has reached a breaking point. One professor in Amsterdam was about to do something pretty radical about it. By 1980, about it, about it, about it. By 1987, his name was Andrew Tannenbaum.
Wrong button.
Radical about it. That professor's name was Andrew Tannenbaum. His textbook solution. That professor's name was Andrew Tannenbaum. His put Unix like would put Unix like his textbook that professor's name was Andrew Tannenbaum. That professor's name was about it. That professor's name was Andrew Tannenbaum. His textbook solution would accidentally trigger a chain reaction that would put Unix-like systems on billions of devices around the world. But that's a story for another time. That professor's name was Andrew Tannenbaum. That
Wait a sec. it was not it was not my phone right now.
Pretty radical about it. This educational crisis has reached a breaking point. One professor in Amsterdam was about to do something pretty radical about it. That professor's name was Andrew Tannenbaum. His textbook solution would accidentally trigger a chain reaction that would put Unix-like systems on billions of devices around the world. But that's a story for another time. That professor's name was Andrew Tannenbaum. His textbook solution would accidentally trigger a chain reaction that would put Unix-like systems on billions of devices around the world. But that is a story for another time. But that is a story. That professor's name was Andrew Tannenbaum. His textbook solution would accidentally trigger about to do something pretty radical about it. That professor's name was Andrew Tannenbaum. His textbook solution would accidentally trigger a chain reaction that would put Unix-like systems.
I actually like first takes
Andrew Tannenbaum. His textbook solution would accidentally trigger a chain reaction that would put Unix-like systems on billions of devices around the world. But that's a story for his name was Andrew Tannenbaum. Trigger a chain reaction that would put Unix-like systems on billions of devices around the world. But that's a story for another time. That professor's name was Andrew Tannenbaum. The world. But that is a story for another time. But that is a story for another time. Thank you for watching. Around the world. But that is a story for another time. Of devices around the world.
Man, I feel bad after caffeine.
But that but
Nope. This. Nope.
devices around the world. But around the world. But that is a story for another time. Thank you for watching. Thank you for watching. For another time. For another time. Thank you for watching. Thank you for watching. Hit a like, subscribe, a bell icon. Thank you for watching. Hit a like, subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one.
Engine should have been a bit like, but okay.
Thank you for watching. Hit a like, subscribe, a bell icon. Thank you for watching. Hit a like, subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. Thank you for watching. Hit a like, subscribe. Thank you for watching. Hit a like,
subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. Thank you for watching. Hit a like. Thank you for watching. Time. Thank you for watching. Thank you for watching. Hit a like, subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. A bell icon. Thank you for watching. Hit a like, subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. Subscribe, and I'll see you. Subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. Subscribe, and I'll see you. Subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. Subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. Subscribe, and I'll see you for watching. Thank you for watching. Hit a like, subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. Thank you for watching for another time. Thank you for watching. Hit a like, subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. 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 See you in the next one. And I'll see you in the next one. Okay. Gosh darn, we caught it. We caught it. 15 minutes, man. And bro, I feel like I'm having a heart attack or some shit. I'll go have a quick snack, and I will consider getting back to it. But yeah. Like it's 4 a.m. It's been 3 hours of a stream. What if I told you that most of the modern computing and operating systems started from a computer game called Space Travel? This isn't just an... Yeah, I'll be back in a few. Oh yeah. Well, okay, so let's look into where was this video? What the hell is that? Learn how to shoot and edit pro videos in just 14 days.
DaVinci Resolve is hands down the best free editing software on the planet, but most beginners think it's complicated or hard to learn. Spoiler alert, it's not. Today, I'm showing you an easy 10-step workflow that makes editing YouTube videos super simple. And the final results will look so professional, everyone will think you're using super expensive software that takes years to master. So let's dive right into it. Now, if you've never edited or used DaVinci Resolve before, have no fear, because in this video, we are going to cover everything. And first things first, we gotta make sure we're using the right page inside of DaVinci Resolve. You see, DaVinci Resolve has all these different pages at the bottom of the screen. And to someone who is new or opening up this software for the first time, to worry about. And that is the edit page. We'll be spending 95% of our time on this one page. So you really don't have to worry about all these other pages right now. All right, now that we've got that covered, let's jump right into this 10-step editing workflow. It's crucial that you follow every step closely for every single YouTube video that you make. The last thing that you want to do is skip an essential step, post your video, and then wonder just how well it could have performed. The first few steps are pretty straightforward, so we'll cruise through those pretty quickly. But once we've laid the foundation, we'll dive deep into the best strategies to significantly boost the quality of your edit. Stick around, you definitely don't want to miss that stuff. Step number one is nice and easy, and that is to import and organize your content. To import your content into DaVinci Resolve, open a new project, and on the top left side of your screen, we want to select the photograph-looking icon, which is the media pool. After that's selected, you should see two rectangles, a small one on the left and a to get the LUT inside of the software. DaVinci Resolve has actually made it super easy. What we're going to do is navigate to this button up here, which is LUTs. Add a lot more light to the angle, and that's going to show you the before. If you release it, that's going to show you the after. And wow, that made a world of difference. Now, if you quickly want, you can adjust the exposure of the video, but let's hit from the left moving to the right. Lift is equal to the shadows, gamma is equal to the midtones, gain is equal to the highlights, and offset is equal to the overall exposure. So if I want to increase the dark parts of the video, I would click this bar down here and drag it to the right. Now to reset, I can much green or magenta is an image. So if we bring down the highlights and the midtones, just
Wraps it up for this video. Thank you so much for watching.
huge difference before we enhance the audio and after.
That wraps it up for this video. Thank you so much for watching. But that wraps it up for this video. Thank you so much for watching.
Huge difference. Bringing up those audio levels definitely helps. Now, DaVinci Resolve does have some pretty cool AI features in their paid studio version, and I just want to show you one real quick to delete everything to the right of the playhead. So to do that, what I want to do is hit Command Shift. At any given moment, there's always something exciting happening on the screen. Even right now, as I'm talking about, dude, perfect. Showing clip video, the better. Think about your favorite creator to delete everything in this section right here. So I'm going to bring the playhead over here. Notice now I want to delete everything to the right of the playhead. So to do that, what I want to do is hit Command Shift right bracket. Boom, just like that, we just deleted everything to the right of the playhead. Definitely do not waste your time clicking around on these buttons up here. These three keyboard shortcuts will save you so much.
okay, we did like 5 minutes out. Oh, no, it's actually 15 minutes out of 47, 40 hours. So seems like we need probably 80 hours.
All right, now that we've got the story completely assembled, colored, audio enhanced, the fluff has been cut, it's time to really upgrade your videos. Steps 6, 7, and 8 is what really separates the beginners from the pros. B-roll, graphics, and effects. Now, depending on the type of video that you're working on and your personal style, you might handle each of these steps one
I wanted to like skip that
at a
one.
time. For example, you could do all the B-roll first, then go back to the beginning of the video and just focus on graphics. Or what you can do, and what I prefer, is to add B-roll, graphics, and effects all at once as I work through the video in a single, slightly longer pass. Either way, these steps are super crucial, so let's start off with B-roll. The more visually diverse and engaging you can make your video, the better. Think about your favorite creators on the platform. Watch their content closely. Boom, just like that, we just deleted everything to the right of the playhead. Definitely do not waste your time clicking around on these buttons up here. These three keyboard shortcuts will save you so much time. All right, now that we've got the story completely assembled, colored, audio enhanced, the fluff has been cut, it's time to really upgrade your videos. Steps 6, 7, and 8 is what really separates the beginners from the pros. B-roll, graphics, and effects. Now, depending on the type of video that you're working on and your personal style, you might handle each of these steps one at a time. For example, you could do all the B-roll first, then go back to the beginning of the video and just focus on graphics. Or what you can do, and what I prefer, is to add B-roll, graphics, and effects all at once as I work through the video in a single, slightly longer pass. Either way, these steps are super crucial, so let's start off with B-roll. The more visually diverse and engaging you can make your video, the better. Think about your favorite creators on the platform. Watch their content closely, and you'll notice they're constantly breaking up the patterns of their videos and enhance the visuals with B-roll. My favorite YouTube channel, Dude Perfect, is a great example. Their videos stand out because they're always doing something insane. They rarely spend long periods just talking to the camera. Instead, they cover up almost all of the talking shots with crazy trick shots or hilarious montages of them almost making the shots. At any given moment, there's always something exciting happening on the screen. Even right now, as I'm talking about Dude Perfect, showing clips of their content is a perfect example of B-roll in action. When you're filming, make it a habit to capture not just yourself talking, but also what you're talking about. We've got plenty of videos on our channel that dive deeper into how to do this. And if you really want to master it, our full online course, 14-Day Filmmaker, has an entire masterclass on this topic alone. Personally, I'll often pause right at this step in the editing process, watch through the rough edit I've created so far, and make a list of all the B-roll shots that would make the video better. From there,
So, okay. So, like,
almost all of the talking shots with crazy trick shots or hilarious montages of them almost making the shots. At any given moment, there's always something exciting happening on the screen. Even right now, as I'm talking about Dude Perfect, showing clips
that was new.
of their content is a perfect example of B-roll in action. When you're filming, make it a habit to capture not just yourself talking, but also what you're talking about. We've got plenty of videos on our channel that dive deeper into how to do this. And if you really want to master it, our full online course, 14-Day Filmmaker, has an entire masterclass on this topic alone. Personally, I'll often pause right at a step in the editing process, watch through the rough edit I've created so far, and make a list of all the B-roll shots that would make the video better. From there, I'll head out, film everything in one quick outing, then jump back into the editing software. Depending on your video style, this can be a pretty efficient way to work. Now, adding B-roll to our video is actually a pretty simple process. What we're trying to do here is match up visuals to what's being talked about on screen. For example, in this part of the video, Anthony is talking about adding a third-party lens to your smartphone. So I know I have a clip of this, so I'm going to go into my B-roll folder right here, and what I'm doing right here is looking for a video of a third-party smartphone lens. So right here, this is a pretty cool clip. So now what I'm going to do is double-click this clip, and that just brought it up in the preview window right here. Now, I don't want to drag this whole video clip in. I only want to use a certain part of this. So I'm going to navigate down here to the scrub bar right here, and I can scrub through to see what part of the video I want to use. So let's say I want to start the video right here. I'm going to stop scrubbing, and I'm going to hit I on my keyboard. Now I'm going to hit the spacebar, and that's going to play the video. And let's say I want to stop right here. I'm going to hit spacebar again. That's going to pause the video. And now I'm going to hit O. Now I have a certain section of that video that I can drag into the timeline. So I'm going to click here and drag this into the timeline just like this, and drop. And I have the video in my timeline. All right, so let's go to the time right of this video. What we're trying to do here is match up visuals to what's being talked. Now I'm going to hit the spacebar, and that's going to play the video. Hit I on my keyboard. Now I'm going to hit the spacebar, and that's going to play the video. And let's say I want to stop right here. I'm going to hit spacebar again. That's going to pause the video. And now I'm going to hit O. Now I have a certain section of that video that I can drag into the timeline. So I'm going to click here and drag this into the timeline just like this, and drop. And I have the video in my timeline. All right, so let's go to the time right of this video.
Get a third-party telephoto lens.
So when Anthony says get a third-party telephoto lens, that's what I want to bring in this video. So I'm going to select the video and drag this over to that point right here. Now, right now, this video ends a little bit early. I want to extend this out to this cut point right here. So what I'm going to do is select the end of this video track and drag it out until it cuts right here. Now, one thing to know with B-roll is we always want to drag the B-roll on top of the A-roll track right here. That's because as we work up these tracks right here, the top clip always gets shown over the bottom clip. So if I were to stack another B-roll video on top of this video right here, that one would get shown instead of this one. And that's the basic process of adding B-roll to your video. Find the clip that you want, select the part of that video that you want to use, and drag that into the timeline. And then you just do that process for the rest of your video. Now, one thing I want to note about B-roll is with a little bit of planning, you can do some really cool effects. For example, Anthony planned out this really cool transition from this shot to this shot by doing a cool motion with his hand. Technically, this is actually really easy to do inside of DaVinci Resolve. I'll show you how to do this real quick. Maybe you can draw some inspiration from it. And what I'm going to do is double click this video to get it up in our preview window. I'm going to go to the transition, so that's the end. So I'm going to set an in point right here, and then an out point right here, so that's the whole motion. Drag this in. Now I'm going to go to our after shot right here, double click this, do the same thing, look for the transition. Cool, so that's the after, out, and that's the before. And I'm just going to drag this in as well. So now let's time this up with the audio.
My current state of range.
So we're looking for the word cinematic. So right here, cinematic. So what I'm going to do on the word cinematic, I want that to be the turn motion for the new setup. This is where the camera is going to change. So I'm going to hit Command B, delete this beginning, line up cinematic again. Right here, I'm going to drag this over. Now I'm going to do the opposite on the beginning. So here's the down motion right here. So now I'm going to select this, make a cut. We don't need the second half. And I'm just going to drag this over right here. So when Anthony says iPhone at the beginning here, iPhone right here. I'm just going to keep my playhead here, go to the beginning of this clip, drag this over, and now I'm going to go to our after clip and extend this out to the cut point right here. So as you can see, technically it's pretty easy to do. It's just a couple clips, but with a little planning, you get a really cool effect that looks like this.
iPhone into a cinematic powerhouse.
Very cool, and that is the power of B-roll. Now, steps 6, 7, and 8 are B-roll graphics and effects, and one really popular effect that people like to use for their B-roll are transitions. This would be to transition from their A-roll to their B-roll. And in DaVinci Resolve, adding transitions is actually really simple and easy. All we have to do is navigate up to effects up here, and from here we're going to navigate to video transitions. And over in this section right here, we have all of our transitions that are built into the DaVinci Resolve platform. To preview how these would look on your video, all you have to do is hover your mouse over the transition just like this, and it's going to give you a nice little preview. There are lots of options in here. I do have to say a bunch of them are a little corny, so you definitely want to be aware of what you're putting on your video track. There are a couple really good ones though. Two of my favorites are push and pop. So to search for transitions, all you have to do is go up to the search bar right here, and then we can search in push. And right up here, if we scroll to the top, we have under motion push right here. Now, adding transitions to the B-roll track is pretty easy to do. All we have to do is locate our transition right here that we want to use, click, drag that onto our B-roll clip, and we just want to place that at the beginning of the clip so it looks like that. And then we drop. So now you have some, so to make this faster, we can do 30 frames. That's going to equal 0.5 seconds. So now the transition looks like this. Go to the end of the clip, click it. So now we have this green line appearing, and then hit Command V.
And put it over that main camera. You're just gonna get,
and that looks really good. Transitions also work really well in between clips. So what I'm going to do is delete the second transition, bring in another B-roll clip. So for example, this one right here, double click it. That'll open up in the preview. And this part's really cool right here. So I'm going to hit I, O, drag this in. And now what I want to do is line these clips up back to back. So I'm going to select this one, drag this over, graphics, animations, and a few more effects that will really help bring your videos to life. So in this part of the video, Anthony's talking about 3 brands that he trusts most. And what we're going to do here is add some custom text. So to add custom text, we're going to navigate up to effects, and we're going to navigate down to titles. And what we're looking for here is text. We're going to click this and drag this onto the timeline. And now this allows us to do custom text. When I select the text, this box will pop up over here, and this allows me to customize the text on the screen. So Anthony's talking about 3 brands, so I'm going to type in brands number 1. Now this is really hard to read on the screen right here, but if we navigate over here, we have the ability to customize this quite a bit. So first we're going to pick a different font. Let's get something a bit more bold. We're going to go all the way up to the top. I really like this one. I think this looks cool, Anton. So I'm going to select that. And we want to make this a bit easier to read, so I'm going to make this black. Just like that. I'm going to increase the size quite a bit. Perfect. Make this 150. Now I'm going to scroll down a little bit and add a background to this. I'm going to move the color of the background and make this white. And right now we can't see the background. All we have to do is increase the height. Just like that. And let's drop this width in. Cool. I love the right corners look. I think that's great. We will increase the opacity though to make this a solid color in the background. Can bring the width in just a little bit more, drop the height down just a little bit. I think that's perfect, just like that. Very visible, easy to read. Now we don't want to customize the text that same way 3 individual times. Instead, what we'll do is just duplicate this 2 more times and then change the numbers to say number 2 and number 3. But first, before we duplicate it, let's add some cool animation to this. So we're going to go over to my second favorite transition, which is pop. We're going to navigate to video transitions, go to search, and type in pop. This will be pop wobble. Click
Well,
drag.
that's
We're just
like
going to drop this on the
alright.
front of the text layer,
That's
just like
like
that.
okay.
So now we have some
I know. I already like got my from computer. Programming these days was done mostly in assembler, and each manufacturer had their own instruction sets, complete systems with their rack. These mini computers dominated corporate. They're investing in full-blown mainframes like the IBM 360 that filled entire rooms, or they were turning to the emerging world of mini computers like DEC PDP-11 and Honeywell 516. These mini computers dominated corporate floors. Complete systems with their racks, power supplies, disk drives, and peripherals could weigh up to 200 kilograms. So not so many. They costed more per hour to operate than most people earned entire day. Programming these days was done mostly in, so it's kind of better to move it entire day. Programming these days was, what the hell was that, bro? Day. Programming these days day. Programming this why days was done mostly in assembler, and the manufacturer had their own instruction set the entire day. Programming these days was done mostly in assembler, and each manufacturer had their own instruction sets. Mostly in assembler, and each manufacturer had their own instruction sets. Which one is that? These mini computers dominated corporate floors. Complete systems with their racks, power supplies, disk drives, and peripherals could weigh up to turning to the emerging world. Full-blown mainframes like the IBM 360 that filled entire rooms. Oh, we can actually do this. Like this and that, and then we put it here, and then we like do this loop, loop, and then we enable it here. Full-blown mainframes like the IBM 360 that filled entire rooms, or they were turning to the entire rooms that filled entire rooms, like, or bro, they were, what the hell is wrong with you? That filled entire rooms like the IBM 360 that filled entire rooms, or they were turning to the filled entire rooms 360 that filled entire rooms, or they were turning to the emerging world of mini computers like DEC PDP-11 and Honeywell 5 to the emerging, were turning to the
or they were turning to the that filled the entire room. Okay, like the problem is that's like literally 30 seconds, 40 seconds, bravo. Programming
Like
these
40
days was
Looks like this. So now that we have the transition on the text layer, to duplicate it, all we have to do is select the text layer, hold down Option, click, and then drag this up one layer just like that. And now we can do this one more time, hold down Option, click, and then drag up layer. Perfect. So now we have 1, 2, 3, just like that. So now let's quickly adjust where these are located on the screen. Let's go to the bottom one right here, and we want to navigate over to video. And now if we scroll down a little bit, you'll see position X and Y right here, and this allows us to change where the text is located on the screen. So I'm just going to move the Y down a little bit, which is vertical, X is horizontal. So perfect, just like that. Smaller, as you can see, just like that. Now let's be a great point to show graphics of both of those hard drives. So what I'm going to do is pull up the free YouTube video editing starter pack and pull up this really awesome gradient background. Again, you can download this for free in the link in the description. Duplicated that whole thing. So if I zoom out on the timeline, I can use this as many times as I want. I can even duplicate this again by holding down Option and dragging out again. So maybe this is a title sequence or a common theme throughout the video. I don't have to rebuild this from scratch. I can just use one of these ones that I duplicated. Up next, we're going to do something that all YouTubers add to their videos, and that is a background with a title card. So here in the video, Anthony's talking about 2 of his favorite external hard drives that he loves to use, and this would be a great point to show graphics of both of those hard drives. So
okay. You know what I like is the fact. Oh Jesus! Did I hurt you, brother? Okay, he's good. He's good. My goodness, I thought I broke him. So yeah, what I like is that we like titles that we are using in the video already like much more complex and high quality than what he's shown here. Yes, yes. 40 hours. 40 hours. Or I don't know how, but like, yeah.
I'm going to do is pull up the free YouTube video editing starter pack and pull up this really awesome gradient background. Again, you can download this for free in the link in the
Not
description
sure,
of this
like,
video. Now, before I drag this in, I'm actually just going to go over
what's
to
up with
master over here, right click, create a new bin, and call this graphics. Just keep it nice and organized. Now I'm going to select the background, drag this into graphics, just like that. Next, I'm going to double click the background, select an in and an out point, just like that is fine. Drag this in, just like that. Cool. Now let's time up this background.
2 favorite drives
And I want to start the background right here.
are the Samsung T7 Shield and the SanDisk Extreme SSD.
Cool, and we'll end it right here, so I'm just going to extend this out. And I want to transition this background in, although I'm not really in love with any other ones from DaVinci Resolve. So I'm going to use one from Content Creator Templates. I'm going to select Content Creator Templates, and now we have a ton of different options in here. I'm going to select this one right here. I think this is really fun. Drag and drop this right at the beginning. And now let's check out what this looks like.
My 2 favorite drives are the Samsung T7 Shield.
That looks super sweet. I love the way that looks. Really giving this video a super professional touch. That would have taken a long time to animate on my own. And I'm going to bring in the graphics of the 2 external hard drives. These are our 2 graphics right here. So I'm just going to select both of these, drag this into graphics, and I'm just going to drag both of these into our timeline just like this. Stack them, and let's see which one comes first.
T7 Shield and the
All right, cool. And this one's going to go on top. Just going to move this down, and this one's going to come over just like this. So I'm just timing these up when Anthony introduced them.
Samsung T7 Shield, the SanDisk Extreme SSD. They're both
Cool, and these will both exit at the same time, just like that. So now I'm going to adjust where these are located on the screen. Select the graphic, move this over, and select this graphic and move this over. And because this one's a little bigger than this one, I'm going to go to zoom blink down, and these are blowing down as well. Now to make this look really pro, instead of just having this hard cut right at the end just like that, I want to have this whole thing transition out at once. So what I'm going to do is select everything just like this, right click, and then I'm going to go up to new compound clip. Click this, and I'm going to call this SSD transition.
Okay.
Create. That just compile everything onto one video track. Everything's the same. It still plays back the same exact way. But now when we apply the transition, we only have to apply the transition to one track instead of all of them. So I'm going to use another really cool transition from Content Creator Templates. And in this case, I'm going to do a glitch transition. Glitch transitions are some of my favorite. I'm just going to click this, drag it to the end, drop, make this a bit faster. So now let's check this out. Time is right around the corner. But before we wrap things up, everything you need is right there on the platform. Everything's super easy to use, as you just saw in this video. It only takes a few. If you're interested in more really cool transitions for DaVinci Resolve, I definitely recommend checking out Content Creator Templates. It is the most affordable place to get tons of assets for DaVinci Resolve, including backgrounds, LUTs, film burns, transitions, sound effects. Literally everything you need is right there on the platform. Everything's super easy to use, as you just saw in this video. It only takes a couple seconds to apply, and you can get some really epic results. If you're interested in signing up, I have
they're listed.
in the description below. After you've added all your B-roll graphics and effects, the finish line is right around the corner. But before we wrap things up, there are still some absolutely crucial steps left. Step number 9 in the workflow is all about music and sound effects. Don't forget, audio makes up half of the viewing experience. If you want to create truly great content, you need to focus on adding music and sound effects that elevate the emotion and storytelling throughout your video.
Absolutely.
Even in the simple editing tutorial that you're watching, we've been using music and sound effects to emphasize each new section. This keeps things engaging and helps create a more immersive experience. Now, you might not consciously notice every single sound effect, but they're always there. From risers and hits that mark the new sections, to whooshes and pops that bring those graphics and animations to life, we take every opportunity to add more depth to everything through sound effects. And if you stick around, I'll actually share some of my favorite sound effects with you for free. But first, let me tell you about 14 Day Filmmaker. If you want to learn everything there is to shooting and editing professional content while spending as little time and money throughout the process as possible, look no further than 14 Day Filmmaker, an online course that is taught over 135,000 people. We cover literally everything: the best gear, the cinematic camera settings, beautiful composition, professional lighting, how to record high-quality audio, storytelling, how to go viral on social media and YouTube, and so much content on editing it will blow your socks off. Amakar took the course and is now averaging millions of views per month on YouTube. Ashley used her content skills to turn her passion for music into a full-time career. Thousands of students have started freelance businesses with what they've learned. Not to mention, everyone who enrolls also gets lifetime access to our weekly live Q&A calls. You also get free bonuses like sound effects, editing templates, color grading LUTs, cheat sheets, and more. The free YouTube video editing starter pack, and select the folder that says CCT from the free YouTube video editing pack. You're gonna go up to master right here and select master, and I'm gonna pull up the free YouTube video editing starter pack and select the folder that says CCT_SFX. I'm gonna select this and drag this into this small little rectangle right here. Drop that, and now we have all of our sound effects right in here. To get a bit more real estate down here, I'm just gonna select this bar right here and drag this up. Now we have a bit more working room down here. I'm going to minimize the talking head audio by scrolling that up and expand this right down here. Now with audio, I think it's really helpful to actually rename these tracks.
I mean,
so I'm just going to
bro,
double click this right here and
finding like cinematic samples is not like that hard,
call this
but okay.
sound effects. And all of our sound effects will go on this audio track right here. Now with sound effects, what we're trying to do is match motions and actions on the screen with sounds that we think help best represent that. So for example, right here.
And does OBS VST plugins? OBS supports VST plugins. Reaper Linux. VST and OBS for Linux. How to stream Reaper through OBS. Connecting Reaper to OBS Studio. OBS for Linux is amazing. Reaper for Linux is amazing. I'm spoiled using the VST plugins available. I would love to be able to use VST with OBS like the slimy Windows users do. Please help. Okay. Well, that's 2020. Okay. I stay on Kubuntu, that is Windows-like operating system, but there isn't filter like in Windows. I search news about this mistake. I won't same effect for my bad voice. Okay. Windows-like operating system. It's not Windows-like operating system. Okay. But okay. Forbidden. VST plugins for Linux. Damn. That's not freaking like, bro. I want to put the whole Reaper in there. Like, you don't understand. I want to put the whole. I need the whole thing there. Like, you put Reaper into OBS and then VST plugins into Reaper, and then everything works. Theoretically, that is. Okay, that's for another time. Okay, that's for another time.
Here we have this mouse coming into the screen. Kind of has this motion right here before it starts to swipe down. This would resemble a click. And I'm going to go up here and search for mouse click. Perfect. Now what I can do is double click this, and that's going to load it in the preview window here. And I want to go to the first one, hit I and O. And what we want to do is drag this down to sound effects. I'm going to use this button right here, and this will zoom us in. We can use our zoom in bar right here to get a bit more of a detailed look. And now what I'm doing is timing up this sound wave right here to the playhead, because this is where we want the click sound to come in. So what I'm going to do is select the sound and drag this over. Boom, just like that. Now you can see they are lined up. So let's see how this sounds. Now the next motion here is the mouse dragging down like this. You can even see that there are some whoosh lines coming off of it just like that. And with whooshes, what we're trying to do is time up the middle of the movement to the middle of the whoosh. So I'm going to go to our search bar and search for whoosh.
Oh, whoosh.
Perfect. And we have a couple different options here. I think this one will be really good. So I'm just going to select this, double click this, go to the beginning, set an in point, out point right there, drag this in. Now if I dropped it over here, notice how it would be covering up the click sound. So I'm just going to drag this down one more layer. And I'm going to use this tool right here and extend it a little bit. So now we have sound effects on this layer and sound effects also on this layer right here. So we're going to look for the middle of the mouse click. So right about there, click, drag this over. And notice how the middle of the whoosh is now happening with the middle of this movement right here. Now the sound effect is going to be way too loud. So an easy way to lower the volume is to go into the middle, and you can kind of vaguely see this line right here. Notice how when the icon changes just like that, there's the small up arrow and the small down arrow that allows us to shrink and expand the sound just like that. So I'm going to hit Command Z. Or a very easy way is to just go up to the audio tab over here and drag this down or bring it up. So in this case, we're going to bring it down to, let's try -15, just like that. And let's see how this sounds. That sounds really good. And there's really no right or wrong volume of sound effects. I like to keep them more on the background of the video and blaring in the front. All right, so the next motion is this SSD card coming in. So we can also apply a whoosh right here. Let's use this other one. Select, drag this in. This one is a lot lower volume, as you can see, so we can increase this. I'm going to select this whoosh, hold down Option, and drag this over. This box right here. And before next, if I scroll here, I'm going to drop this all the way. We can either increase the volume or decrease the volume even more. So let's play this video and see how it sounds.
What are the best camera accessories to turn your iPhone into a cinematic powerhouse? Make sure to stick around.
Okay, so it's a little low in the background, so we can move this to -20 and try this.
What are the best camera accessories to turn your iPhone into a cinematic powerhouse? Make sure to stick around to the end.
Down
Oh,
arrow
wait a
that allows us to shrink and expand the sound just like that. So we can also apply a whoosh right here. Let's use this other one, drag this over. Awesome, I think that sounds great. I would continue the same process throughout the entire video, adding sound effects whenever possible. Now, music is very similar to sound effects. All you do is select master, and we would right click over here, and we would go to new bin, and we would call this music, hit enter, select music, and now we would drag in our music to this box right here. And before I drag the music track into our timeline right here, one thing I always like to do is add one extra track down below. And to do that, I'm going to right click, and I'm going to go to add tracks. And up here, we don't need to add any video tracks, so I'm going to hit 0, but we do want to add one audio track, so I'm going to keep this on 1 down here. Now I'm going to hit add tracks. Now if I scroll all the way to the bottom, you can see that just added A4. So I'm going to collapse all of these so they're really small, expand A4, and I'm going to call this music. And the reason why I'm doing this is because I don't want to accidentally drag the music over any of the sound effects. So now I'm going to select the music track just like this and drag this into the music right down here. Now the most important thing with music is you don't want it to be too overpowering. So I'm going to go up to volume right here and I'm going to drop
The most important thing with music is getting the music.
this all the way down to -25 dB. This is a good starting point, and from here we can either increase the volume or decrease the volume even more. So let's play this video and see how it sounds.
What are the best camera accessories to turn your iPhone into a cinematic powerhouse? Make sure to stick around.
Okay, so it's a little low in the background, so we can move this to -20 and try this.
What are the best camera accessories to turn your iPhone into a cinematic powerhouse? Make sure to stick around to the end because I'll be giving away some free editing templates.
Awesome, I think that sounds really good right there, so we landed on -20. Now, not all music is the same, so you're definitely gonna have to listen to this and change this around depending on the music track that you use. Now from here, you can either use the same music track throughout the entire video, or what I like to do is use different music tracks depending on what's happening in the video. For example, if I'm going into a montage sequence, I'll kind of use some action music. If I'm going into a cinematic sequence, I'll use some slow ambient cinematic music. The options are endless, and I think that having good music can really help support your video.
Some free editing templates.
Awesome, I think that sounds really good right there, so we landed on -20. Now, not all music is the same, so you're definitely gonna have to listen to this and change this around depending on the music track that you use. Now from here, you can either use the same music track throughout the entire video, or what I like to do is use different music tracks depending on what's happening in the video. For example, if I'm going into a montage sequence, I'll kind of use some action music. If I'm going into a cinematic sequence, I'll use some slow ambient cinematic music. The options are endless, and I think that having good music can really help support your video. Now finally, we have one more step, export. But before you do that, I highly recommend one more final pass, which I call quality assurance. At this stage, I watch through the entire video and stop at any point to fix any issues that I notice. Usually this means going back and doing some extra color correction or color grading, especially on the B-roll clips we might have missed during the first pass. I also double check all the text graphics to make sure there aren't any typos, even though somehow there always seems to be one or two that sneak through. Once that's done, you're ready to export. Just head down to the rocket ship icon at the bottom of the screen, choose a name for your project, and then pick a location where you want to save your video. Select .mp4 for the format and .h264 for the codec. After that, hit add to render queue, and then render all. And that's pretty much it, my friends. Now you know my full 10-step editing workflow. If you'd like to see an even more detailed training on DaVinci Resolve, we've got a video linked on the screen that you can check out. Other than that,
I'm not sure it's gonna export an H2. Oh, it's got it will, or it won't. It will, or it won't. It will, right? I think it will.
hit the like and subscribe button if you want to see more content like this. I'll see you in the next one.
This was filmed on my $5,000 professional camera, and this was filmed on the brand new iPhone 17 Pro Max. It's pretty impressive, but is it worth upgrading? Today, we're going to be covering the most important upgrades Apple has made to the 17 series. This was filmed on my $5,000 professional camera, and this was filmed on the brand new iPhone 17 Pro Max. This was filmed on my $5,000 professional camera, and this was filmed on the brand new iPhone 17 Pro Max. It's pretty
upgrading to what? Like to your $5,000 professional camera? Yes, it works.
impressive, but is it worth upgrading? Today, we're going to be covering the most important upgrades Apple has made to the 17 series, mainly focused on the content creation capabilities. And by the way, this entire video will be shot on the 17 Pro Max. There are a lot of things about these phones that really shocked me, and a few things that Apple themselves didn't really touch on, but will have huge implications for content creators. Don't worry, after this video, you'll know everything you need to know about these new phones. Let's have it. Struggle in low light scenarios. Just compare these two videos right here. We have one on Apple did make some changes. Balance, ISO, frame rate is open gate. Normal video is disabled, so I'd recommend filming new phones. I actually think this year it's pretty straightforward. Overall, there are 4 major factors that I think people need to consider. These are Apple Log, the upgraded selfie camera, the new 4x telephoto with a larger sensor, and then the
Okay, we are now in a chill section of so good thing we didn't learn much new from revising that shit, which is good, which I like, which means we kinda went through major learning points. Kind of. Oh, whatever, I'll just leave it turned off. copyright. I'm not sure it's gonna be like, oh shoot, that's like, nah. Oh damn. Wait, that, I'm sure like there are like copyright free samples with the freaking whooshes and stuff, but like with effects like 100% with, if not, I will like find some. They should be cheap. Uh, Background music, videos, content creators. Do they have anything about that? Do they have any videos where like, ah, that I don't like that. And CapCut, no, thank you. Oh, best royalty free music. Okay, 2 years ago. Okay. Let's go. 1 million. All
I want to
right.
show you the top 5 royalty-free music websites for YouTube videos. And if you're not familiar with the rules behind using music inside of your YouTube videos, I'll give you a quick overview so you don't get into any type of copyright issues or copyright strikes down the road. So most music tracks have what's called copyright protection. That just means you just can't take any song and edit your subscription, but those will give you a higher quality music file so you could see a bunch of different tracks. Now, these are popular songs, something you just can't do on YouTube until this came out. But you could click on a song here. You
What?
basically will see completely free. So if you go to Creator Studio, if you come over here to the Creator Music tab right here, you basically will see a bunch of different tracks. Now, these are popular songs, something you just can't do on YouTube until this came out. But you could click on a song, for example, and if you do want to use a song, there is no upfront payment required. But these tracks allow you to monetize your videos, but they will share the revenue with the music right holder. Now, the split between how it's shared is not clear just as of yet, but you will give something from what you earn on YouTube.
Like it's amazing like to release the feature and your uh man, some people need to like take a crash course on using Google.
To whoever holds.
But yeah, the funny thing is like it's not clear how the revenue is split. Maybe you get 90%, maybe you get one. Who
The
knows?
music right to the specific song that you use. So if you don't want to do that, this is not a good option for you, but this does give you access to thousands of popular songs. There's no other way around it for YouTube. This is the place you have to use if you want popular songs. So if I click view tracks here, for example, you'll see all these different tracks and I could click the 3 dots, see the usage details, and then download the track and use them. So if I press view usage, you could see exactly what's going on. You could see how much of the songs I could use. You could see if it expires at some point, full monetization to me, right? So you could learn more about each one and then you could press download. And it downloads an MP3 format here that you could use in any editing software of your choice. Now, some are also not going to be eligible in every region. So I wanted to show you this first, but there are a bunch of limitations here that you should read per
Whatever.
song. This videos. And you'll see a whole bunch of different songs called Envato. And I'll go ahead and put a link to all of them in the description. But this one is really interesting. You could actually search for any song. So let's go ahead and look for background songs here that I'm going to use for my YouTube videos. And you'll see a whole bunch of different songs here. Now, this platform, if you like it, you could add it to files and much better quality and videos as well. But under the music tab here, they have a lot of different options available to you. Now, Pixabay is one of the free options out there. So this is all royalty free and completely free to use. So you can basically listen to any song, press play here. And then if you like that song, you want to use it in your edit, press download right here. And it's going to download it as a MP3 file. Now, these again don't have a higher quality file like a WAV file, but they are free to use. Now, this is again a little bit limited in my experience based on some of the ones I'm going to show you that require a license. Just because this is free, you kind of get what you pay for relative to the ones that have a file as well. And if you go under the browse tab here, you could basically search by genre, moods, themes, and they even have sound effects. Now, this is dedicated to sound only. You won't find any type of royalty-free images or videos. But for music is one of the most popular ones out there. So if I choose a song like classical, for example, I could select it. Just like the other platforms, I could go ahead and listen to it. And then if I like it, I could press download. Now, Epidemic Sound is a subscription platform, which means for personal use here, which you could see everything that personal, you could go ahead and pay monthly, or you can start a free trial here. And they also have a commercial license. So a lot of times I make videos for different clients. And for those, I use the commercial license. Or go to the tab for music, unlimited download. Some kind of, so basically go ahead and see your download.
So it's pretty much Envato, this Epidemic Sound. I can use music generated in Suno as a background sound for my YouTube videos, right? So using them unmonetized may not be allowed. Songs generated under Pro or Premiere include commercial use licenses, allowing you to use the music in YouTube videos professionally, including monetized content. Oh, sure. Wait, what? Huh? Oh, okay. So, YouTube AI required that AI generated music be accompanied by meaningful human input. Yeah. To distribute and sub-license your generated music, protecting your YouTube videos from unauthorized uploads, re-uploads is easier for the video as a whole rather than just the AI music alone, as AI generated music itself may not be copyrightable. Okay. In short, using Suno for music is possible, especially with a paid plan, but ensure you add human creative fame, but yada yada yada. Okay. You know, I think, I think that is probably the best kind of option. Like, musician. Yes. That's nice, actually. Auto, write lyrics. Instrumental, only instrumental. Styles. Um, Lo-fi. Lo-fi, ambient. What else? Synth wave. Audio. Whatever, I don't know. What the hell do you mean sign up for free to listen, Bravo? Yeah, what we are gonna do, however, let's check out a few MKBHD videos. And yeah, Google Pixel Pro review. Let's not bring our ideas in live.
So I've been thinking about this concept a lot lately. There's tons of folding phones out now. It's been a category for a little while, and we're expecting a folding iPhone soon. It'll probably reinvigorate the category. And I actually don't think that the concept of a Pixel and the concept of a folding phone are actually really compatible. And that's okay. So hear me out. The idea of a Pixel is very specific. Like we've seen it for the past couple years now.
Okay.
It's a super smart phone. Like it's very specific.
All right. So, start of the video. I need to turn it down, actually. Just don't use footage, green screen, like, don't it? Someday. Pacing, fast, dynamics, low. Okay, that's actually good. That's actually good. Do I have anything like for music? Video ideas. HPUX. No, I mean like for someday. People in action. Music for videos. MKBHD. Silent intro. Talking head. To B-roll intro. B-roll intro. How to say that? Like action, active, energetic, music.
So
like
hear me
years.
out. The idea of a pixel is very specific. Like we've seen it for the past couple years now. It's a super smart phone. Like it's never really been a super high-end piece of hardware. It's never had the best screen or the best chip or the best battery or the best cameras, but just a ton of great, clever software that the everyday person can appreciate. And more often lately than ever, also a pretty good deal. But then the idea of a folding phone, well, this ever also that the everyday person can appreciate. And more often lately than ever, also a pretty good deal. But then the idea of a folding phone, well,
I mean, I'm still like, honestly, like, I'm.
specific. Like we've seen it for the past couple years now. It's a super smart for the best chip or the best battery or the best cameras, but just a ton of great, clever software that the everyday deal. But then the idea of a folding phone, well,
I mean,
this
I
is
don't know.
inherently niche. Like this is going to be a premium priced, premium built piece of bleeding edge hardware for the people that want the absolute most from their phone. They use their phone so much they have two different styles of phone in one, and it might cost $2,000 to get that. So Pixel and folding phone are like opposites. They're at odds with each other. But that didn't stop Google from making another nearly $2,000 folding phone. And so I've been using it, and
Now music stopped.
are like phones so much they have two different styles of phone in one, and it might cost $2,000 to get that. So Pixel and folding phone are like opposites. They're at odds with each other. But that didn't stop Google from making another nearly $2,000 folding phone. And so I've been using it, and as someone who really likes Pixels and as someone who likes folding phones, I like it. But I do understand that there are very few people who I can recommend this to. So the biggest change versus last year's Pixel Fold, no joke, is the new hinge. It's been re-engineered so there are both aesthetic and functional improvements. It's now gearless and it's much smaller. So now the bezel to the left of the cover screen is much thinner and it's closer to even all the way around, and it has this nice smooth motion, a satisfying kind of heavy resistance. It's a nice hinge. Shout out to the hinge engineers. The hingineers, I guess. So this makes room for the next best thing about this phone, which is these new displays. So you can maybe already tell this outside cover display is a little bit bigger. It's
Like
6.4
now I'm gonna
inches,
be
and
like-
it's also a good amount brighter.
You
One of
might
my favorite
hear the
trends in
echo because I'm gonna be putting it at like maximum volume, almost maximum volume, so I can hear
versus last year's
What is
Pixel
the
Fold, no
background
joke,
music or not?
is the new hinge. It's been re-engineered so there are both aesthetic and functional improvements. It's now gearless and it's much smaller. So now the bezel to the left of the cover screen is much thinner and it's closer to even all the way around, and it has this nice smooth motion, a satisfying kind of heavy resistance. It's a nice hinge. Shout out to the hinge engineers. The hingineers, I guess. So this makes room for the next best thing
All
about
right.
this phone, which is these new displays. So
Or should we like finish the video?
you can
I
maybe
don't
already
know.
tell this outside cover display is a little bit bigger. It's 6.4 inches, and it's also a good
Okay.
amount brighter. One of my favorite trends in phones
Like
this
it's
year. So
pretty
3000 nits
long
is the new
time
max.
since we don't have any sound. Because like for some reason I thought that it's gonna be like
And it looks really
And
good
it
in
should
basically
be.
any conditions. Then you open it up, and the inside 8-inch screen is brighter too. Now, not much else is different. It still has the selfie camera cut out in the corner. It still has that aggressively medium bezel all the way around, and it still has that very visibly anti-mag safe accessory. Elite. It's awesome. G2 wireless charging, but also there too. Now, not much else is different. It still has the selfie camera cut out in the corner. Kind of learned to live with over time. So then the next best thing about this phone is probably Pixel Snap. So the magnets in the back that they've added to every Pixel, of course, but the heavier than the average phone, up to a terabyte of storage, which ships in phones right now. I was pleasantly surprised. Small 6.4-inch display, which was put pretty to be fully IP68 water and dust resistant. Here's the material, the new long travel real estate now. There isn't anything particular about it. It feels a little kind of a chunky foldable phone with those which are wrapables just on top of the list to use, even when open too. The lighter weight makes a difference. The thinner bezels make a difference. The lesser creases on their foldables makes a difference too. This is also essentially the exact same cameras as last year, which is to say almost flagship quality. Like just a half step down from the Pixel flagships, despite how big this camera plateau is. So just have a little less detail and a little more noise, unfortunately. The 8 Elite. But the point is, from their phone, not get, we're not in back. I'll keep using this one though, especially with the hardware. Here's another way of looking at it. This is a really, it gets a lot of things right. It's pretty clearly not giving you the absolute max, especially with the hardware. Here's another way of looking at it. This is a really good phone in a vacuum. But we're not in a vacuum. So you have to consider the other options that are really exciting and really pushing the limits, and then you start to compare it and notice other things that are great about those other phones. I'll keep using this one though. Thanks for watching. Catch you guys next one. Peace.
much does it cost? Pixel 10 Fold Plus. Huh? Oh no. Can you like show it to me in a language that I can understand, please? Also, it's so weird, like I'm like, oh, okay. No, I don't understand. Where? Where's fold? Where's fold, brother? Okay. So they don't have fold here. Whatever. Pixel 10 Fold price. Whatever. Let's watch a few more.
So I've been thinking about this concept.
iPhone 17 review, okay.
Hey, welcome to Honesty Wireless, the world's most honest salesman here. How can I help you look familiar? You're the guy who bought the iPhone 16e, aren't you? Yep, that was me. Not to do it. You did, you sure did. Yeah. So what brings you back? Need more perfectly honest advice? Well, I actually have good news and bad news. So bad news is I broke the 16e. That's out on it. It's a goner. Don't worry about it. Because the good news is I won the lottery. Oh my god. Yeah, pretty sick. Now keep it on the DL. You know, not telling anybody, but I'm telling you because I can now buy whatever phone I want. Money no object. Oh, okay. Yeah, great. Money no object. Yeah, it's happening. I'm the dream customer for you right now. I will literally buy whatever phone you tell me to. Just I want one of the iPhones. So what's it gonna be? Okay. Wow. Yeah. So you should order an iPhone 17. Not the 17 Pro. Nope, just 17. So not the Pro. No, I don't think you're understanding. I can spend all the money. I'll do whatever. Like I just want the best one for me. I hear that, but you want the best purchase. And you still like high refresh rate, and you still want MagSafe. Yeah. And you're coming from a 16e. Yeah, all true. But you don't want people to know you won the lottery. Also true. So, I mean, you could spend $2,000 on a brand new 2 TB 17 Pro Max in orange, but you could also just buy the 17 and use it the exact same way that you were going to. Yeah. Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah. Check out right over here. You know, there's something that happens when the cheapest phone in a lineup of phones is a really good deal. It makes all of the more expensive versions feel like worse deals. Because they are. And this is the best base iPhone since they added the Pro to the lineup. I don't think it's particularly close. Now, these smart companies selling both featured features, and they didn't have asset stuff either. So first and foremost, they finally gave it also now enables things like you, but then buried in this display of this little. Essentially, Apple's used effective too. But the benefit though is across all the new iPhones in the lineup, the base, the Air, and the Pros. Here, base storage from 120. First selfie camera with some third-party apps, and it's nothing. Data transfer speeds are still sad for moving big files off of this phone, but since you can't shoot ProRes videos to the base iPhone, I suppose you probably aren't doing that.
Alright, what about RetroTech? Because that stuff was one of my most
Well, it was undeniably built like a brick.
inspiring videos, and it was released 6 years ago.
But the hardware is nothing without software. So what about the Game Boy?
Oh my goodness.
I'm pushing. Oh, that's terrible. That was they could have done better there. Oh, memories. That little king. Bing. You guys need more batteries.
Brings back so many memories. Yeah. That taste. Remember when you used to suck in your Game Boy? Was it just me? All right.
In 1989, this came out.
All these great games. You got Duck Hunt, you got Solomon's Key, you got Castlevania.
You had Zelda games, you had Mario, I believe, in R&D and experimentation. So Gunpei was made in the days when people were worried about nuclear weapons. Anything other than direct hit, this thing could survive.
There's a Game Boy that has survived a Gulf War bombing and is still playing Tetris today. Still, the single most indestructible piece of gaming equipment we've ever had.
Durability is definitely vital to the success of any piece of tech, old or new. But is the Game Boy really as tough as they say? To find out, I've asked YouTube legend and...
You can count on me, Marquez.
What? Okay, so the screen is...
Even a more unusual origin story than the Game Boy, Tetris comes from the Soviet Union in the early 80s. You see Hillary Clinton playing one on Air Force One, astronauts up in space.
Go back in time a little bit, we have cable.
This is unbelievable.
Tetris was your gateway drug. There was hit after hits. You got Zelda Link's Awakening.
This, not a whole lot of English on this box, but this is the Pocket Sonar. Let's check this out. Alright, next up. Oh, pardon. Oh, I think I'm ready. An iconic piece of tech, but back in the 90s it had to compete with other portable gaming consoles that seemed more state-of-the-art.
Game Boy was actually competing against systems from Atari and Sega. They had color screens, just big, loud displays.
Of course, you're like, well, I want color, so you want to go with the Game Gear. Wrong choice, because for that color, for that bigger display, you are paying in battery life. You want to go with something that lasts long.
The Game Boy was developed with philosophy that Nintendo really lived by. It was lateral innovation by withered technology. And what that meant was that they looked for tech that had been around for a couple years, and the technology was mature enough that they knew how to use it. So while other companies were putting out systems that seemed much flashier, they didn't really know how to use all that flash. Nintendo kind of did what Steve Jobs did years and years later with the iPhone. It really stripped out a lot of what you didn't need. It didn't have fancy controls. It had a little D-pad and 2 buttons, and that was basically it. And very simple audio.
And there was a slot in the back for your cartridges, and you would slide it on, and you just wait for
The audio, you can only do basic loops and leaps, and you go, who would want that? Well, it turned into all music.
I can only handle put together something that flows from top to bottom and doesn't sound like trash. I'm working on the not sounding like trash part really hard right now. Excuse me, because this is just me in 2 minutes messing around, but you've had way more time experience. Let me see what you, what you got.
Let's do it.
I definitely didn't expect you could squeeze music this fresh out of tech this old. Considering the short life cycle of most tech around today, the legacy of the Game Boy truly feels like something special.
I mean, the Game Boy gave us control of free time.
All right, so he uses pretty much silence nowadays, but he does reviews. In my case, that's documentary. That's a bit different. Okay, so it's time. I'll finish it. I'll consider. What about the length? I think 15-minute length. We probably shouldn't push it. I think we'll like pass on the. I mean that's literally like first video. Like it will get so little views. Like come on. You don't need to like put it like very high effort into it. I mean, in a sense of whatever effort I'm already putting, it is already high effort because like for the first time it takes much more time than later on. Because yeah, technically like cutting A roll took me 2 sessions, which can be done in one. Not gonna lie, it could have been done in one session easily. Because like what we have here, basically we have here like 15 minutes, right? Yeah, it could have been done like, yeah, we have 15 minutes. It could have been done in the thing. Built-in and operating systems started from a computer game called Space Travel. This isn't just another tech origin story. It's a tale of how curiosity, education, and a simple desire to have fun because like honestly it is just another tech origin story. This isn't just another tech origin story of how curious it's a tale space travel. This isn't just another tech origin story. It's a tale of how curiosity accidentally created the invisible foundation that powers our digital world today. But DaVinci video editing content creators, because the dude had I believe he had like a transitions for Szkolenie w Prawie.
if it will be in Czech language, I won't be able to understand. Is it? That's like shorts, TikToks, reels, and shorts. Like he'll just gonna be going over it again, probably.
If you want to edit short form content in DaVinci Resolve and you edit in 20 and drag it down just a little bit, so over here, I can hit down on the arrow pad space and turn on single viewer mode. The second half of the clip.
Bro, like, he literally did the same video that he did before. Wait, Beluga. Oh, I know that I know that. All right. Where it is? Is it? Is it in depth? Maybe. How about not?
We play this back.
Oh, yeah.
The visuals to the story that's being told. For example, if somebody was telling a story about the beach, that would be 2%. And then the offset would be in the top hand section of the screen.
That's cool.
To resolve, all you would do is go up to your media pool right here, and then we would select master right here, and we'd want to create a new bin. Cool.
No,
and you would just repeat that, pull them up very quickly
video.
as well. So I want to bring up this one right here because the wipe and hit Command R. Now what I'm going to do is go to this, keep holding down Command. Notice how this just opened up this keyframes, and notice how the B-roll is now covering up the graph in 2020. Fun little tool that DaVinci Resolve has to make your captions more engaging. Now we're on to the last step of this video, and that's to add music. Now adding music is pretty straightforward inside of DaVinci Resolve. All you would do is go up to your media pool right here, and then we would select master right here, and we'd want to create a new bin. Just keep, you can always bring that up, assuming that you don't have a lot of noise. Gap is to select and hit to match the play. Now we have kind of all this stuff over here and over here punched in to this one right here. Now if we go to the end of this one, hit play. Professional editors, but still notice how it just punched back out. Hit play. Professional editors, but still notice how it just punched back out. Aren't even in the same league. If you're serious about making... All right, cool. So the next step in the editing process is to add B-roll. Now, if you're unfamiliar with B-roll, think of B like going from this to that doesn't look very natural. Right? So what I can do is select the end of this clip right here. It's a little difficult to do, but we're just selecting the end right here, and I'm dragging this over like that. Now I can select this one and drag this over. I can select this one, drag this over, and this one, drag this over. Now what I can do is just select these middle points right here, these gaps, and delete them. And now let's listen and see if this sounds a bit more natural. In 2025, not even close. First, cool, so a little bit faster, a little bit quicker pacing, sounds a lot more natural. And that's the process that you would do to build this timeline out. You would go through, select the gaps that you don't, just get this down, which is punching in every other video. So what I'm going to do is go back to the beginning of the timeline. One thing that I love to do with social media videos is to punch in every other clip. This kind of gives it that look that another camera was recording at the same time, and it kind of makes the video more dynamic and keeps the viewer more engaged. So all we have to do is go to the second clip right here. Now what we're going to do is make sure we have inspector selected. We're going to go to video, Now what we're going to do is just slightly increase this clip a bit. I'm going to move this down to match the eye line of the clip before. For example, if we go here, we want to make sure the eyes are about on the same line. It would look kind of weird on the second clip if the eyes were like way down here. Like going from this to that doesn't look very natural, and vice versa if the eyes were way up here, going from this to that. It's a bit too jarring, doesn't look natural, so we want to make sure these eyes on the same. What I'm going to do is go to full extent zoom, size these numbers right here, and go back to this one, double check attributes onto a clip that you want to many clips. So what I'm going to do is hit Command C on this clip right here. Now what I'm going to do is select this clip and hit off. This box is asking us, would we use box and what's this video rate? Second, notice how it just punched in to this one right here. Now if we go to the end of this one, hit play. Professional editors, but still some. Notice how it just punched back out. Aren't even in the same league. If you're serious about making... All right, cool. So the next step in the editing process is to add B-roll.
Okay, all right. So I kind of did like somewhat a mistake here because like I didn't use like. What if I told you that most of full modern computing and operating systems started from a computer game called Space Travel? Accidentally created the invisible foundation that accidentally created the invisible foundation that powers our digital world today. Foundation that powers foundation. Okay, so let's that powers. Amazing. Foundation that powers our digital world today. Picture the computer landscape foundation that powers our digital world today. Picture the computer landscape of the late 1960s. Companies were either the invisible foundation that powers our digital world today. Foundation that powers our digital world. Foundation that powers our digital world today. Picture the computer foundation that powers our digital world today. Picture the computer landscape of the late 1960s. Companies were either investing in full-blown movies. Companies were either investing. Companies were either. Companies were either investing in full-blown mainframes like the IBM 360. Companies were either investing in full-blown mainframes like peripherals could wait up to disk drives and peripherals could wait. The hell is why? Oh, okay, it's like it's linked. Peripherals could weigh up to 200 kilograms. So not so and peripherals could weigh up to 200 kilograms. So and peripherals could weigh up to 200 kilograms. So not so many. They costed more per hour to operate. So not so many. Disk drives and peripherals could weigh. Disk drives and peripherals could weigh up to 200 kilograms. So not so many.
They costed more per hour to operate than most people earned entire day. Programming these days was done most entire day. Programming entire day. Programming entire day. Programming these days was done mostly in assembler, and each manufacturer had their own power supplies, disk drives, and peripherals could weigh up to 200 kilograms, so not so many. They costed more per hour to operate than peripherals could weigh up to 200 kilograms, so not so many. They costed more per hour to operate than most people earned entire day. Programming these days works their own proprietary world. But here's the catch. Proprietary world. Their own quirks, their own proprietary world. Their own quirks, their own proprietary world. Their own quirks, their own proprietary world.
So this one will definitely need punching, right? And like, why will I put this? Can we like
Quirks, their own proprietary world. Quirks, their own proprietary world. Proprietary,
oh, so we can like technically we can just like do, oh crap. Oh, that's why we need that stuff. Now I understand. Now I understand. Or not. Okay, position X.
their own proprietary world. Their own proprietary world. Their own proprietary world. But proprietary world. Proprietary world. Quirks, their own proprietary world. But here's the catch. Buying a computer world. But here's the catch. World. But here's the catch. Quirks, their own proprietary world. But here's the catch. Buying a computer from a different vendor meant starting from scratch. But here's the catch. Buying a sets their own quirks, their own proprietary world. But here's the catch. Buying a computer from a different vendor meant starting from scratch.
often even upgrading to a new model from the same
I mean,
sets.
oh
their
man,
own
that's gonna be
quirks, their own
interesting.
proprietary world. But here's the catch. Buying a computer from a different vendor meant starting from scratch. Often even upgrading sets, their own quirks, their own proprietary world. But their own proprietary world. Quirks, their own proprietary works, their own proprietary world. Quirks, their own proprietary world. But here's the catch. Buying a computer from works their own proprietary world. Their own proprietary world. Works their own proprietary world. Their own quirks, their own proprietary world. But here's the catch. Their own quirks, their own proprietary world. Their own quirks, their own proprietary world. But here's the catch. Their own quirks, their own proprietary, their own quirks, their own instruction sets, their own quirks, their own proprietary world. But here's the catch. Buying a computer from a different vendor meant starting from scratch. But quirks, their own proprietary world. Quirks, their own proprietary world. Quirks, their own quirks. But works. But here's the catch. Buying a computer from here's the catch. Buying a computer from a different vendor. But here's the catch. Works their own proprietary world. Works their own proprietary world. Their own proprietary world. But here's the catch. Buying a computer from a different vendor. Here's the catch. Buying a computer from a but proprietary world. But here's the catch. Buying a computer from a different vendor meant starting from scratch.
Should I like try to sleep for an hour or just
Not so really. They costed more per hour to operate than most people earned entire day. Programming these days was done mostly in assembler, and each manufacturer had their own instruction sets, their own quirks, their own proprietary world. But here's the catch. Buying a computer from a different vendor meant starting from scratch. Often, even upgrading to a new model from the same vendor required rewriting software. One did not simply take a PDP program and run it on IBM. Companies were bleeding money on.
Okay. So instead of doing this stuff, with like transitions or something, we'll mainly be doing the punching. This I don't see it like that looks pretty good. That's alright. But we are gonna do that together with A roll. So together with B rolls. Sorry. And so I hope earlier than next Thursday. I would like it to be earlier than next Thursday because like it's been quite a while, and I like that we're finally doing some progress. But yeah, we will see worst case scenario next Thursday. Uh, Although actually technically that's Friday. Like technically I started on Friday, right? When it's like I don't know. I will need to like look into that. Whatever. So yeah. I guess this is it. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.